Hello and welcome to our warrior journey. It feels weird to say that, but our warlock died late last night, and so we find ourselves starting a new journey on a warrior. Now we're going to be playing a Tauren, starting in Mulgore. We made the character at the end of last night's stream, but I thought it would be better to wait until the morning and we can start the journey not at the end of another episode. So here we are in Mulgore with our warrior. Let's go. I was going to say the load time was taking a while.
Be careful.
So there are a few quests at the start in the Tauren area.
I've been expecting you.
And as always, one of the difficulties, especially as a Tauren in the early levels, is bag space. There are several quests in the Tauren starting area which require you to hold on to 3-4 items at a time, and that is really not worth it. Interesting. Auto loot is not enabled. There we go. Problem solved. So the first couple of quests require us to help with a well, gathering water. And also getting plain strider meat and feathers. Is nice and simple. The game plan here, once we've got enough money, will be to go down to Bloodhoof Village. Bloodhoof Village. And to pick up skinning, because skinning will be our answer, our saving grace. It will enable us to buy bags. So we'll make our way more over towards the well now, as we almost have enough feathers. Mail, leather, cloak, shield, leather, leather, leather. May as well wear it.
How may I aid you? Farewell. Walk.
Grab the water pitcher. And we will kill some more. Kill some more plane striders on the way back up. We need to make sure that we have enough money for learning skinning and also for purchasing the skinning knife, because without it we are stuck. Oh yes. Yes, yes, yes. A bag, a bag. A wonderful, wonderful bag. That speeds up our early game no end. Level 2. The bag. Now, we obviously also want to train some skills too. So, we'll go and hand in these quests and sell stuff. Now that we've just hit level 3. That will make actually heading down to the village safer past the higher level mobs. It's not normally an issue anyway. So,
Goodbye. Farewell.
mail gloves.
Go in peace. Be careful. Ancestors watch over you.
Thank you, Brammy. It should be fine. It should be fine, fine. But we shall see. Warrior is notoriously painful.
What brings you
I loved playing it in Wrath. I love tanking in Wrath.
We shall meet again.
But I've not done a Classic Warrior 1 to 60 previously.
Farewell. Go in peace, peace, friend. Ancestors watch over you.
Battleship. Right, let's get rid of all of this trash. Let's check there's no more armour that we actually want to put on. No.
Hail.
Oh.
Be careful.
Let's get rid of that. That might have been why things were so slow to load. Rogues are fun. When I originally played back in 2004, like I started playing a warlock and a rogue, and I think I stopped playing the warlock around level 40 or so, and focused on the rogue and got it to 60, and started raiding. And I did very much enjoy it, but the raid group that I was with was terrible. Not in what they were accomplishing, but in their attitude towards raiding. Like their points drop system for gear essentially made it so that I would always get, because I joined as like their 5th rogue, I would always get the gear behind the other 4 rogues. But at the same time, the leadership was complaining that my damage was never as good as the other 4 rogues. So I I gave up on that raid group and leveled my warlock instead. And I never looked back. I mained warlock for the rest of vanilla and through to, well, every expansion that I've played. The last one I seriously played was Miss Pandaria. But I did play a bit up to doing raiding in Battle for Azeroth, but it didn't feel that great. I much prefer Classic. Nope. We've got almost 2 silver. We've got our first bag. We've got an extra quest item. We're going to run down to the village and learn our skinning so that we can quickly earn enough extra cash to buy multiple extra bags. That will stand us in good stead for the rest of this zone. So one thing about skinning and leatherworking, there's kind of 2 ways you can do it. If you don't mind like a slower time investment, then learning the leatherworking and crafting gear up to the point where you can make your first set of green boots. You can then turn all of your ruined leather scraps into light leather and keep farming light leather, keep crafting boots. And the boots actually provide a really insane, well, insane for low levels anyway, return on investment. I think it triples the vendor value of the materials you use. So if you can craft them, it's well worth doing for the extra silver early on. But if you don't go leatherworking, what is interesting to know is that ruined leather scraps actually sell for more than light leather does. And so if all you're going to do is vendor stuff, you want to leave it as leather scraps and just vendor it straight. Yeah, yeah, leatherworking's really good. Yeah, it's one. If you're vendoring, it's why I never like turning things from scraps into leather, because you actually lose money. If you get leatherworking to the point where you craft the boots, it's because you're getting like triple value on the light leather. It that outweighs what you would lose from crafting it from the scraps um, into the light leather in the first place, and it's fine.
Ah, I
Do
bid
you
you
use a price check add-on?
we shall meet again. Go in peace.
Like I've got I think this is better vendor price, which shows you what it is per item, how much the current stack sells for, and how much a full stack would sell for.
Wind be
Yeah, it's always struck me as weird. How certain classes benefit from it more than others.
at your back. Well,
Um,
may the eternal sun shine.
like every class can have some benefit from simply killing and farming the creatures, but rogue especially because of their instant energy-based attack. You can farm like low-level boars in the starting area, like super fast. Once you've got a decent like early dagger, um, and you can or sword or whatever, um, and you can like kill through them so quickly.
Go in peace.
Um, show the boots here. No, I think the boots must be past 75 skill.
The earth mother.
We need trade goods.
Greetings, traveler.
We'll get our skinning knife. Uh, don't think we've got. No, you can't learn blacksmithing here. Yep. So now, to save ourselves running back, we can simply hearth, because your initial hearthstone is set to your spawn location where you start the game. I don't know if you knew that as well. And then we can go and kill some cougars. It's super helpful. Go learn skinning hearthback. It takes so much out of the time and travel. Oh yeah, so the plain striders can't skin them, sadly.
What brings you here? Will
But we go and we can go and farm some cougars now and turn in the rights of the earth by the quest at the end. One of the reasons when I do make a rogue, that I'll be making it a dwarf, is because of the sort of set of challenges that I've decided to set, playing through each race at least once and each starting area at least once. The choices essentially were troll rogue and dwarven hunter, or dwarven rogue and troll hunter. And I think it works better that way around. The dwarf stone form synergizes a bit more with Vanish, in that you can use it to remove poisons and bleeds before you vanish, which is quite strong. Mountain cougar is not skinnable. Interesting. I mean, the Dwarf Hunter, I think, works pretty well with engineering in that you can, if you don't get good gun drops as self-found, you can craft your own weapons nice and easily, and always sort of keep on top of the damage curve. But also, I hate the sound of the gunshots. I much prefer the sound of bows. So for me, like the whatever, you know, the bonus to gun skill that dwarves get is just far outweighed by it sounding bad. And trolls get a bonus to bow skill, so for me that just makes the most sense. Also, there is a fantastic area in the dwarf starting zone. It's one of the earliest quests you get, I think. There's a sort of small circular section with a camp nearby, where there are maybe 20 or so level 3 boars just wandering around. But as a rogue, you can kill them so fast with your sinister strike, that you can farm the leather scraps at an insane speed. Yeah, I haven't played Alliance in a long time, but when I was considering this challenge, like I made some test characters and looked at the starting areas to help me decide like which race would suit which class the most. And when I found that spot for like the dwarf rogues to farm early leather, I was just like that decides it completely for me. I was already probably going that way around anyway, but the leather farming speed there, the possibility was just superb. Right, there's our pelts. There's our level up. But I've got a rather insane memory as far as systems and things are concerned. I can, when I played my warlock through, I think I made 3 minor pathing errors, 1 to 60. No, sorry, two minor pathing errors, 1 to 60, as far as efficiency of questing was concerned. And the third error was after I hit 60. I forgot that there were 2 quests that required you to kill Araj the Summoner. And so I had to kill him twice. But I thought that was pretty impressive for using no guide, doing all of the quest pathing purely from memory. I was certainly happy with it.
Peace, friend. Go in peace.
I don't know if I should do a similar challenge as far as doing all of the quests is concerned again. So when I did the Warlock, I also did a do all quests in all zones challenge, which meant I had to do quite a bit of profession switching early on. I don't know if I want to do that again or just skip it. Because it's only crafting things for 1, 2, 3, 4. And that one's not strictly necessary, depending on which group of centaur you go with in Desolus. Yeah, it's only relevant to about 4 or 5 quest turn-ins anyway. But it does sort of feel nice to do those turn-ins as well. Although it's quite a lot of
How may I aid you?
material grinding
Careful.
to achieve it.
Goodbye. Go in peace.
So the playtime for 1 to 60 on the Warlock was it 9 days and some hours? I can't remember how many hours it was.
Goodbye.
But that was slowed down quite a lot early on
Go.
because I did all of the material farming. It would probably have been at least a day faster, if not more. And that's also
Farewell.
because I, I, so when you go through the early zones, if you clear them all of quests, you start to outlevel them to the point where things become grey. There is a point in the game later, around level 20 or so, where you start to catch back up on yourself, and everything gets back to being green and yellow. But obviously, you've still got that time taken to clear the grey quests and not really make level progress. Yeah, unless you really, really, really know your class inside out, upside down, back to front, then you you can't you can't take on a lot of the things that people seem to think they can. So like as a warlock going with the Voidwalker demonology spec, I know the limits of that class exceptionally well. I know what I'm capable of. I know, like, based on character level and what I'm facing. I mean, you can see that if you watch my last video, the day the warlock died. What did I do? I did some of the Tyrion Fordring quest, where you have to dig up his hammer, where like 4 dwarves spawn. I think I pulled an extra zombie ad as the Voidwalker chased some things around the fence, which was inconvenient. So I had to deal with 5 mobs fighting that. But with fence kiting a little and having the Voidwalker tank stuff, it went really very smoothly. The boars are not skinnable either. Okay. Also interesting. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they patched and changed things. I don't know. This is weird. Yeah, the the Voidwalker is what got me killed yesterday. It was so weird, the pathing. I jumped down a ledge, and the Voidwalker would standardly appear like to the left of you. And it decided to appear both to my right and about 5-10 yards in front of me. Right in the middle of the pack of creatures I was attempting to avoid. That was a very, very weird situation. But anyway, going back to the point about the many mobs, one thing that people, yeah, they were the Zul'Gurub elites outside the instance. 3 of them. I would have been fine if I saw one was casting lightning, but I didn't see they were casting chain lightning because of the angle the nameplates were at. And I was focused on timing the Voidwalker sacrifice to coincide with roughly when it would die, but the chain lightning interrupted the last second of my Hearthstone. If I'd sacrificed the Voidwalker at that point, just before the chain lightning hit, I'd have been fine and the Hearthstone would have gone off. But the interruption somewhat surprised me. And the mobs there hit so hard there wasn't time to get the sacrifice resummon off and to AoE taunt or sack it again for a shield. Yeah, you can quite happily take on like multiple mobs higher than your level with a Voidwalker. So when a lot of people play Warlock, they think that drain tanking is superb, that it's really fantastic, and don't get me wrong, it is a great playstyle, but it does have like limitations and problems associated with it. The first being that when you're in combat with things, the mobs are hitting you. So if things start to go badly, it's already your health that's on the line. And generally, if people are drain tanking, they've often got out a succubus. If they're fighting like 3 or 4 mobs, they've got them dotted up. They've got aggro on everything. And there's not really anything that they can do to sort of mitigate that. Like you've got AoE fear, but that can also pull more things and make your life worse. So you have to be really careful in assessing like what you want to do, what choice you want to make. Do you want to AoE fear? Is it safe? If you get more mobs, will you be able to deal with them, or will it be too much? It's a lot to think about, and you have to be incredibly aware of your surroundings. And a lot of people, when they play with the Voidwalker, essentially try and play it in exactly the same way. And I think that's really where they go wrong. Like the two styles are very much different. So with a Voidwalker, you want to make sure that you've got extra soul shards. You want to make sure that you've got Fell Domination up, so that if things go super, super badly, you can instant summon. Need to focus a second. But I don't know, say you pull 3 mobs with your Voidwalker, you can dot up and kill one while all 3 are hitting your Voidwalker, and then if your Voidwalker dies, you sacrifice it just before it dies, then you can generally, while the shield holds, normal summon another Voidwalker to replace it. Save your cooldown. And because you haven't any dots or anything on anything that you're fighting, then there is no issue. You won't have any threat on the mobs at all. Your previous Voidwalker did. And so the new one only has to hit each mob once, and then it's tanking everything straight up without issue. It literally just pulls everything straight off you. But if you play it like you would a drain tank, as most people do, then you've got threat on these things, and a newly summoned Voidwalker can't do anything about that. All it can do, instead of being able to use its entire tanky health pool, all you can do is sacrifice it for a shield, because it can't take threat off you. So, like I know it sort of feels slower. It kind of feels against what a lot of people consider Warlock gameplay and game style to be. But it's what makes it possible. It's what makes it possible to take on 3, 4 higher level enemies, and like you're going to be struggling on resources, you're going to be low on mana and health yourself by the end of it, but you're not really going to be in any genuine danger. I think there's at one point I ran into at level, is it 54? I was in Winter Spring and took on the triple patrol of level 57s. That's the Winterfall ambushers or something. And killed all 3 of the level 57s quite happily. And like you can always like resummon your Void Walker, and while it's got aggro, you know, dot the mob up, and then bandage. Because you're going to be in a long fight anyway, and bandages are when you, for Void Walker tanking gameplay like that, bandages are insane. A bandage is essentially your entire health bar when you've just hit 60, the rune cloth ones. And when you consider you can life tap, you're talking about refreshing like 50% of your total health and mana. And then you've got health stones and other things as backup anyway. Okay, well, we are very nearly bags full, despite not being able to skin stuff, which is good. Let's check what gear we can use. Yeah, nothing else I think. Oh. Cloth shoes, because there isn't... Oh. Yeah. Grab this quest item. I'm sure you could at some point. You sure it's always been like that? Because I'm pretty sure that it was always possible. Now, did they change it for retail at some point then? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Because if they changed it in Burning Crusade and Wrath, then that might be an impact. That changes my strategy, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. So where I am here, in the Bristleback Canyon, or Brambleblade Ravine. You die to multiple quillballs. And what was it? It was a warrior or something else? Ah, druid. Yeah. I do like druids. If it wasn't for the fact that the druid is kind of has to be alliance for this challenge, I would definitely have made a Tauren druid. I much prefer druid tanking to warrior tanking. Find it more fun. I am being lazy here, actually, thinking about it. I should be attack kiting. And I need to get a weak aura for a swing timer, probably. "12 hours of community tailoring."
Looking for something special? May the eternal sun shine upon you.
What brings you here? Be careful. Ancestors watch over you. Be careful.
What brings you here? Winds be at your back. We shall meet again.
Start map quest.
How? Be careful.
Alright. What is the highest damage here? We've got to 11. The axe is better actually. It's the same damage and slightly faster. I think we just take the axe because it sells for more.
Walk with the Earth Mother. We shall meet.
Nice.
Well then,
It's training.
farewell.
Harry and Thunderclap.
the thing for you.
Really not much difference there in damage. Slightly slower, but slightly more damage. 1.6 per second instead of 1.4. Mm. Oh, that's better. That's 2.2. But also, we're not trained in it.
Be careful.
Right, is it worth upgrading any? Oh, so that's the same. That's only +4. That's same, only +4. Now we don't need to. If it's just one armor item that's substandard, that's fine. Bags, I will do lots of skinning and sell leather, vendor it. Like generally from the early quests, you'll make enough money to pay for your training, etc. But it's the extra that you get from skinning that will largely allow you to afford bags. I generally go for buying like 2 small ones and then get 2 8 slots. Don't think I did that on the Warlock, but that's because it's not a Mulgore start. Mulgore, you need the extra bag space, really. It's got all of the creature part drop quests that you have to do. Some kind person has left us some corpses to follow. Always like it when starting areas are busy. We get all the free leather. Oh, more down this way. Yeah, there's tons of it around Brill. It's quite crazy. There are frequently loads of people who just run run through the forest, killing the dust bats and dogs. If you find the right trail of destruction, it's pretty nice. It makes you feel better that even though there's nothing there to kill, um, you still get something out of it. Oh, yes. Still realised I haven't decided what leveling spec to go. Need to come to a decision of that pretty soon. I'm not sure. I need to be able to look at my talent trees as I'm not so familiar with the vanilla warrior talents. Arms is meant to be really good, but Fury's meant to be better, closer to 60. I've always, well, I liked playing warrior as tank in Wrath, so like that's kind of what I'm used to. But it's also obviously quite different.
Goodbye.
I don't think it's optimal to level as prot in classic.
What brings you here?
Yeah, the things we do when we're distracted.
How may I aid you?
Or it might be interesting to see how prot feels as while leveling, but maybe pick that up as dual spec at some point later. Oh, what you mean for the like the specializations? I mean, a lot of people like to go and be able to craft the Devil Source stuff, but then equally a lot of people like to be able to craft the Devil Saw stuff, so it's kind of a case of, do you want to buy Devil Saw from someone else, or do you want to try and get the pattern to make it yourself, or what? Yeah, I'm it's not something I'm sure of, really. Other Yeah, well, um, they might have the best agility items, but are any of those agility items pre-raid best in slot for you? And of the ones that are if there are any that are pre-raid best in slot for you, how many of those can be bought from the auction house by someone else crafting them? Because if they can all be bought using gold, then you're better off having a different profession. So the items that rogues want, like pre-raid, are the Devil Saw set, and I know those are definitely BOE. Just realised that my frames have shifted and moved. That's better. Oh, he's not even checking that for loot. Nope, can't skin it. Somebody else has cleared the way for well stones. No, I'll get away with that. What, for the well stones? Yeah. I mean, it looked as though it was going to path away enough, but then it turned and literally ran straight back. That one should be fine to grab, though. Swoop! Have to kill every swoop you see, because you need so many drops from them. Need to remember to keep that buff up. There we go. Prairie Wolf Heart. First of 4. Those rare drop ones are always the most irritating to get done. So that's full of quest items. And that's Fender, 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 Fender. Yeah, I but that's definitely the zone that I've played the most. Oh, and the Plain Strider scale. I love how Terraceful Glades feels in Classic. I don't like how they changed it for like further on in retail. Like they changed the style of the buildings and the art, like the artwork of the assets. It just doesn't feel right. You know what I mean? Okay, it just changed everything. Yeah, I agree that Sylvanas did feel a bit better and more present once she was changed a little. Um, but Tirisfal Glades never sort of felt the same. It never had quite the same vibe. Whereas in Classic, I always look forward to Tirisfal Glades as a zone. It's just so, there's something about it, how it's set up, the enemies there. Like it to me, it sort of feels like one of the most cohesive starting areas. The way everything like flows story wise, the narrative, the atmosphere, everything. I enjoy Mulgore. But not everything sort of feels as good. And like Duratar's straightforward to play through, but I don't particularly think it's a great zone. Oh, I wonder if that... Hmm. So this is unit scan hardcore. We want to check for rares in the zone. Do we do that? There it is. Done. Oh, I just need a quick mute for a moment there. Yeah, so you have to set it by zone, I think possibly by character as well. But you can, when you're in the zone, you just open up the window, click the rare button, and it will auto tick all of the rare mobs, and then it will search for them, which is really helpful. This is unit scan hardcore. So you just you have to do it per zone. So like Mulgore, the Barons, Durotar, but you enter the new zone, and you can select exactly what you want to look for. And it's sort of just preset up with elites. Yeah. So obviously I can't change. The one annoying thing about it is that I can't. Hang on, let me skin this. I can't like open it up and like select a zone. I think I don't think I can do that. No, doesn't look like it. But for the zone that you're in is what will be shown. You just have to remember to open it up at each time. Most of the things like the elite trolls outside Zul'Farrak or Alliance PvP guards will be preset to be searched for, so you don't need to worry about that. I think it's only the rare mobs that are not selected by default. And I like to search for them, but I think not everybody wants an alert. So I always go in and turn it on for the rare mobs. It's just nice to know that they're there. It helps for looking for like rare mobs that look that drop like quest items as well, like Silithid Harvester in the Barrens. Another thing that you can do, if there's like a quest mob that you're looking for, and you don't know where it is and you can't locate it, so I can do /unit scan, and then I don't know. PR. Oops, you should add Prairie Wolf, and then it will add that to the database of things to check. And if you click the bar that it highlights, it will auto target the mob for you. And to take it out again, you just do the same command, and then it's gone. So, like, there are certain quests in Western Plaguelands, for example, where you need to kill, is it diseased wolves and diseased bears? But those particular mobs share a spawn with the spiders there. So because there's no quest to kill the spiders, what happens is over time people kill the disease wolves and spiders spawn, but then the spiders don't get killed. So it can be really tough to find the mobs you're looking for. But rather than spam a targeting macro, you put it into the rare scanner, or hardscore unit scan, and it will just pop up when it finds one nearby. You can target it immediately. And if you're using a rangefinder add-on, I don't know if you use one of those, then you can also see what distance you are from it as well, which can help you work out which direction it's in. So this number down here is the rangefinder add-on I use. So if I target this all the way over there, the distance is 45 to 100. As I get closer, it drops. But having that as a visual cue, especially if you're playing casters, which is more what I use it for, if you know the ranges of your spells, you can max range cast much more easily, because you know how much further you away you want to be, or closer you need to be. And also move this. I think it's control and drag. So if you don't want it in a particular area of the screen, you can have your alert window somewhere else. I turned it back. I turned Prairie Wolf back on to make the alert window pop up, so that I could move the alert window, because I didn't like where it was. So now we are swoop hunting, I think. We've got most of the other drops, and there are no cougars around where we are at the moment. Oh, and there's the swoop gizzard. And we just need 5 rolls. That's really, really weird. Normally these low drop items take lots and lots of kills and take ages. And it might just be that time has passed more quickly having a chat with chat with stream, but so it's certainly possible to still be trying to find them at level 10 or 12 sometimes. So I feel we've got fairly lucky. Actually, as we're up here, so this is an area that people often don't go. Normally they go to these camps to kill the quillball. But if the camps are busy, or you just happen to find just that you've pathed this way, this cave is an excellent place for completing sharing the land. Oh, there's even a chest here. Not that there'll be anything good in it. Yeah, okay. We're already at the stage of bag management. I want to keep the cooking materials and the leather. Don't need tough jerky. Okay, that's 3. We don't want that. What do I use the G after mount? So, I mean, I'm self-found, so can't use auction house, can't trade, can't use mail. And can I pull this without pulling any of the others? I mean, you save gold and save gold and save gold And then once your level 60 journey is complete, you can take self-found off and use the auction house as normal. And that's sort of what I would do with it. Because otherwise gold is just accumulating forever and you can't use it. And when you hit 60, like you kind of need to be able to trade, especially if you want to do anything like raiding or anything. Like you need to be able to get enchants on your gear. You need to be able to get alchemy potions to raid safely. So like once you've hit 60, you kind of have to turn yourself found off if you want to raid. If you just want to do dungeons, you can keep it on, and that's fine. But you won't really be able to use your gold for anything. Oh, another bag. Um, right, what can we... I was not expecting the second bag. Healing pots. Not the worst thing for chest to have in it. Well, we can continue for a short time and enter the cave, I guess. I know, level 7 into caves. What's going on? Oh, nice. Didn't realise we got that as a drop. It's 3 to 5, 10 to 15. I think we'll use the 10 to 15. That's a massive upgrade. Yeah, that already feels so good. What's happened? What? I thought he was genuinely dying or something for a moment, but he's just meme complaining or something? I don't know. Kind of. Um, oh, this is one of the cave designs which is not used in many places. I'm not entirely sure why. But it's nice to see it, I suppose. I need to get rid of this patrol too, and then I can go further up and get the rest of the poachers. Yeah, you shouldn't go in these sort of caves unless you're confident of what you're doing. I've got loose chain boots finally, so we are fully decked out in mail. We just need one more poacher from back here, and then we're done. This cave is kind of like an amalgamation of two others. So you like this top bit is a oh, there's a chest there. This top bit is a bit like the cave in oh, what do I want to say? Stone Talon Mountains. I don't have chest scan. I could see it with my eyes. Oh, the... Do you mean the little purple circles up there? I wasn't even looking at those. That's from data imported via GatherMate, which is an add-on for herbing, mining, and that sort of stuff. So the circles indicate nodes of where things might be, and as you get closer to the circle, then it'll well, if it was a gathering profession, obviously an icon would disappear and you'd see a yellow dot or not if it was there, because you'd be able to search for it. If I was a dwarf and turned on treasure finding, then obviously I'd see the little yellow dots on the map. But this is just data from where people have opened chests previously, and so they are potential spawn locations for chests. But I because I don't have gathering professions yet, I wasn't even looking at that. Yeah, especially as self-found, it's useful to have that information because you don't have access to trading. So some things, like if you don't have skinning, you can only get leather from looting chests or from fishing. Fishing is incredibly useful when you're self-found. Get this side. Right. I was going to say out of the cave, but apparently that was too close to this one. Yep, there we are. We have survived our first cave. Two. I just thought about mounting up to go faster. Nope. Is this still in the add-on? I don't know. Still. If I target that, it doesn't get a symbol. If I target that, it does. So something about the add-on is auto-targeting. Or auto-marking. Okay, so we want to get the last couple of swoop quills. And then hand that quest in. 5 per item. We need to locate swoop. There we are. Okay. Now, the only thing we're lacking from the Mazaranashi West is a cougar femur. So we will actually go in search of one of those. Because if we got it in a couple of kills, that would be awesome. Yeah. We can get rid of the plucked feather if we find it. I think it would be super, super lucky, and it's probably not going to happen. And I'm not going to do more than a few cougar kills to try for it. But if we did get it, that would be fantastic. There's a more expensive item drop. What for streaming? I mean, I put it into my character name this time. When I did the Warlock, I really wanted to simply use the character name that I originally used in Classic, because then that's like searchable, so you could see like, what I've done previously. Like, you know, achievements and things like that. Yeah. We're going to get lots more of those. So I'm not going to destroy any more. Things that will sell. Randomly appearing swoops. There we go, we do actually get the drop. Okay, so lowest value item, 7. Okay. We managed to get the 4 rare drop item quest done without actually purchasing a bag on a fresh character. I mean, that is by a lot of luck, to be fair. We did have 2 free bag drops. But nevertheless, that is still an impressive feat. Now we can go and hand all of these lovely completed quests in. And sell and see what we might be able to buy. Probably can't afford an even larger bag. We'll see. I have the doorbell ringing. I'd better go and answer that. I shall be back in a minute. Okay, and I'm back. Now, conveniently, there is a nice vendor right here.
What brings you here?
And so we're also going to vendor our leather. Keep our cooking stuff. That's all quest items. That's our old weapon. Want to keep the cloth. Want to keep the healing potions. That's also a quest item. It's a quest item. Quest item. Quest item. Quest item. Skinning knife. So, as you can see, the ruined leather scraps. Vendors for 7 copper per item, and the light leather vendors for 15 copper per item. So the light leather is just slightly more than double the value of the ruined leather. However, if you're just looking at vendoring this, then you'd have 3 stacks of ruined scraps, and so in order to make 1 stack of light leather, so the light leather sells for 3 silver, the 3 stacks of ruined leather scraps sells for 4 silver 20, so you actually lose a whole silver by turning it into the leather. If you've got leather working, it's still worth it, because you're gaining skill points, and later on when you can craft those green boots I was talking about, the gain from crafting and selling those like triples what the light leather would be worth, so it eclipses what you would lose on the leather scraps. But if you're purely vendoring leather, you just want to, you don't want to bother changing it. Just sell.
May the eternal sun guide.
Now we've got 15 silver to play with before handing in quests. So let's see how much we get from quest hand-ins.
Been expecting you. We shall meet again. Hail. Walk with the earth. Winds beating at your back.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And the skinning has so far contributed an extra, what, 4 silver or so already? And we haven't really done that much skinning yet.
Goodbye. Be careful. Greetings, traveler. May the eternal sun shine upon you.
So when you do,
The winds guide you.
just 8. Yeah, when you do Mulgore as other races, none of the other races get the cleansing quest line. That's Tauren only.
Hail.
Yeah, so the skinning has essentially covered our warrior training completely, which is nice. And hamstring and heroic strike. Oh, but it auto updates as melee, doesn't it? You have to do that as casters.
Greetings. May
His flash pellets are nice though.
Well met.
A stack of 25 selling for 3 silver on their own. It's huge. Right, so it's, there's quest items.
Go.
Now we haven't quite got enough for an 8 slot bag. So
What brings you here?
we'll learn first aid
Walk with the earth.
and we'll also learn cooking. Bandages are incredibly useful for warriors as they reduce downtime between pulls and fights more quickly than sitting and drinking does. Eating. We've got our cook at the back here.
Peace, friend. Farewell.
So we'll cook 4 of these.
How may I aid you? What brings
To get our skill to 5. Oh,
ancestors watch over
another
you?
5. You see them. Not only do the bandages heal more, they're 3 times as fast.
Well met. Go in peace.
Looking for something special?
Sure, catch up later. So we'll get some mild spices and cook up the eggs and the wolf meat. It's nice to have the extra stamina buff as warrior, as when things go wrong, you don't have many options to get out. They do. They kill a lot of characters. So, healing potions, bandages, food. Quest item, mild spices. I will probably get rid of the mild spices. I don't know. Question becomes, do we...
Hail. How may I aid you? Goodbye.
Greetings. Be careful.
Do,
For something
do we...
special?
We can buff our armor with purchasing stuff. Or I could buy bags. I'd probably only buy one bag though, because we've got so much space at the moment. 8. And there's more than we could afford. 39, 32, 20, 22. The same, so we wouldn't need to purchase it. 20. Oh, 8, 19. Didn't buy all of it.
Farewell.
Oh, the alternative is looking at weapons. And actually, all of the weapons are worse than the one that we found as a drop for free.
Goodbye.
So, lucky us.
How may I aid you?
I think we'd buy a couple of arm pieces. Uh, 43 for 20. 4 for 22. 43 for 20.
Ancestors watch over you.
So we can go and cleanse this and also pick up the Ravaged Caravan quest. Maybe do the Ravaged Caravan first. Well, that's nice. Quest givers at this end of their very long pathing, which is exceptionally helpful.
Greetings. Go in peace.
Caravan's just over here. Does have a follow-up, but the follow-up is to go into a cave up here, a mine, and fight things that are level 12. So we're a way off that yet. But this is certainly easily doable. chest. A beat stick. That is another two-handed. Ah, but it's not as good. 9 to 14. 4.4? Oh no, it's only 9 to 14, but it's 2.6 instead of 3.3. Which means it is more damage. Huge, right? Anything worthwhile? Probably not. Okay. So, light leather. Cheapy belt. Cheapy.
Hail. Goodbye. Farewell. Be careful. Well met. Go in peace.
Okay. Now we can cleanse as well. And also farm some more leather. Using our beat stick. Oh, maybe they went back and looted that one. Ah, shame. Right, let's go back to over here and cleanse this well. Now that we've skinned what was available. Right, that's done. To move it over there. So we've got 10 silver. And it's 25 for an 8-slot bag. So if we want to afford that, yeah, he's a tough one. Do not fight him underleveled. Nets, he does high damage and will destroy you. So, so stacks of light leather, sell for 3. And stacks of ruined scraps, 1 silver 40. What, 8 stacks of light leather. The vendor for a bag. Just over. 8.5-ish. We also get creature parts. And these are just kind of worthless. Can't decide on whether the eggshells is worth it or not. Depends what else you find. Interesting, it was done automatically. Yeah. Oh, where? Right. Where? Oh, yeah, I don't get it. It is, it's just spam. And there are better solutions that don't require spam. We've just sort of been going around in a large circle pretty much. Skinning, skinning, skinning. Why is it jumping in a circle? Nice. Grab those before they disappeared. You'll probably need a bit more money for bags. I don't know if I'm yet going to be able to afford the next one. Oh. I didn't realise they were trying to tame it. I thought it was attacking them. No good deed goes unpunished.
Ah, I've been expecting you.
The ruined leather, white leather, 5 brilliant small fish.
Be careful.
Probably shouldn't have done that. Should have checked how much cash we had in regard to bag. Because we are vaguely close.
Peace, friend. Ancestors watch over you.
Hmm.
Greetings. Be careful.
No. I want to do some more cooking because this will then be vendorable.
I have just the thing for you.
So spend 15 spiced wolf meat instead of 4, vendor for 10. I'm really, really regretting buying the 40 copper cooking recipe now. $24.96. I mean, we just sell a bandage or two, don't we?
eternal sun shine upon thee.
Ah, I have just the thing for you.
Brown leather satchel. First 8-slot bag.
Go in peace.
So there are a couple of quests we can continue with now. One of which is this Rite of Vision. So we trigger the wolf. We don't have to follow the wolf. We just have to go to the cave that the wolf will go to. Don't even know if you need to summon the wolf, to be honest. Yep. So we are now penniless. But we have another 8 slots of bag space, which is huge. I mean, yeah, you do, but that's because Wand is strong and doesn't over-argue your pet. So a lot of people really hate Thunderclap. They say, oh, it's not worth spending range on it. It does such little damage. It's so useless. Hmm. And to a degree it is. But slowing their attacks, it's essentially a free 10% damage reduction. I think. At least I think that's how it works. I think we've got exceptionally lucky so far, both with finding 2 bags, finding our first wrecked weapon, and then finding this beat sticker drop as well, which is actually better than the vendor items that are on offer. Not only did we not have to buy a better weapon, we saved the money and could spend that on getting the 8-slot bag. That, I think, does make a massive difference. I'm essentially now we're just going to be able to go from mob to mob with all of the wildlife and focus on skinning. Okay. And largely for the purposes of fitting things in bags, I'm going to ignore the plain striders and focus on stalkers and cougars as far as farming leather is concerned. Oh dear. Force of habit, I just tried to skin that. No. Outdoors, not skinnable. Right. Rest items. Cooking items. Scraps and leather. Good vendor stuff. Bad vendor stuff. Yeah. Let's stop again. General. No. Social. No. Base. Yes. They both heal. This could not be good. Yeah, okay. They're gonna duo heal, so we leave. Okay. Use Scroll of Spirit. 8. 3. May as well use this time to craft bandages. Excellent. Yeah, 9.5 already. I don't go slow. I'll probably take a little bit of a break. Once I hit 10, I need to grab some lunch. It won't be for very long, and I might just keep eating while playing. Who knows? But I do need food. Well, yes, water too, but I've had a glass of water here. I can't talk and stream without a drink. It's not good. Well, with any luck, I'll be able to do Ragefire Chasm today. Yeah, I would expect so. I found a nice little scroll a few minutes ago. The increased spirit. Those are always great as a low-level warrior. We also bought our first 8-slot bag, which was nice. Plenty of room for everything now. Useless chest. Like 2 linen cloth and some cracked stuff. Although the sledge is a good find for low-level stuff. We already sold one. We had a beat stick drop, which is nice. It means I didn't need to waste like 7 silver on a weapon. Another chest. The respawn of this one is often quite high. So we hand in this quest and then go hunting cougars. What's going on? Did someone in the guild die? Because I'm trying to sort out these options to see it. I don't know what is preventing me. Interface. Death announcements. All deaths. Oh, yeah, I can get rid of that. Oh. Is it hardcore deaths that's the channel for seeing all of the notifications?
What brings you here? May the eternal sun shine upon you.
There we go. You can see the deaths now. South Shore Guard again. What do you know? Yeah, that's what I had before. Okay. So Stalker Claws and Cougar Claw. Right. Now, I'm going to sell some stuff in Thunderbluff as we're here.
Greetings, traveler.
What brings you here?
Don't need that one. Quest item. That's pretty good for a main hand, but yeah. We're not using a main hand. Oh. 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 Cook. Bank. Bandage.
Ancestors watch over you.
Okay. Stop there.
Ah,
Okay, I'm gonna sell
that's the thing for you.
all of those
The eternal sunshine.
bandages. Don't want them anymore. Because we can go and learn the next bandage type up.
Peace, friend.
Stick that in the bank. It's just quest items. May as well grab that quest. Selling bandages is not another way for money necessarily. I don't know if you know, but a lot of bandages, if you craft them, actually sell for less than the cloth would vendor for. So it's a waste of time crafting the bandages because you lose money by crafting them. So linen cloth, 13 per item. The bandage sells for 10. You've lost 3 copper.
What brings you here?
Heavy linen bandage
Again.
sells for 20. You've lost 6 copper. And it's basically the same all the way up. So only craft bandages to either use or level up your skill with. Otherwise it's totally not worth it. It's just a waste of time. Maybe. I mean, it might have been done as an incentive for people to put the cloth on the auction house and make money out of it that way. I don't know what the original intention was, but the result is, even if you only lose a little bit, you do lose something.
Hail. Go in peace. Be careful.
What brings you here?
Oh gosh, what does this require? 8 normal fireworks and 2 clusters.
We shall meet again. How? Winds be at your back.
Oh, you didn't do this event? It's worth doing the event. It is. So this is essentially the only way you can get to Moonglade. Without getting Timbermore rep and going through like the tunnel that way, which you have to wait a very long time to be able to do.
Greetings. May the eternal sun shine upon thee. Go in peace.
But once you're there,
Hide you
as I can demonstrate now, just check that I haven't got any weird quests to complete. May as well pick these up while we're here.
What brings you here? Farewell. Hail. Be careful.
Yeah, once you go through, I'm only doing this at the moment because I've got my Hearthstone up, but it takes you to Moonglade, which is up here, all the way up here, and there is a Horde flight point that you can pick up. I think it's only connected to, is it Winterspring and Fellwood? But the only other way, essentially, to get here, to pick that up, is either to get summoned, or to come through, like the path down here, through the top of Fellwood. But you need Timbermore rep for that, so that's essentially level 50 plus. So if you're low level and aren't a druid and you want to get here, this is it. This is the only way. And this is, no, I can't skin squirrels. You can skin the deer. That's some nice free leather. I think you can skin the rabbits, but I have to check that. Yes. Rabbits and deer, but not squirrels. The Alliance flight point is kind of over here somewhere. Yeah, the skinning here is really good if you just want some easy materials. I mean, who would take Nigel Farage to an RFC or any dungeon for that matter?
Elune Adore. May the stars guide you.
Why would you pick that as a character name? Yeah, the Ghostoplasm is yeah, they do, they keep coming. So what you need to do is you put down the box, and when one appears, you hit it with a throwing knife. It runs towards you and you kill it. Because otherwise lots of them spawn. They go to the box, and when they get to the box shortly afterwards, they turn hostile. If you attack them while they're hostile, you'll aggro all of them. If you attack the neutral ones, they just come one at a time. And they're easy to kill. But just remember, you can put down the box as many times as you want. So there's not a time limit. You're not limited to one box. You just put down a new box and pull them one by one again. And that way you never have to fight more than one mob at a time if you don't want to.
I am honored. Farewell.
Ishnu Dal Diev.
Denadris. Good luck.
Ishnu Allah. What brings you here? Asha Fela. Elune Adore. Be careful.
Ishnu Allah. May the stars
I am
guide
listening.
you. Greetings, Denadris. Go in peace. May the stars guide you. Farewell. Good luck, friend.
Yeah, so the only issue, of course, now that I am here in Moonglade and don't have a flight point connected to the one I just picked up, and I'm not a druid, so I can't use the free druid flight point, is that yes, Hearthstone, that's all I can do, which is why I only went here because my Hearthstone was active, and I wanted to go back to like the start area anyway. I forgot to put my Hearthstone in Bloodhoof Village, I think. that is what it is. Anyway, so I'll have to half back to the camp and run down. Don't need that anymore.
Looking for something special? Be careful.
Yeah, it's something I see a lot of people doing, like when presented with, I suppose, an unusual quest, rather than like stop and think about it, they'll tackle it head on when you don't necessarily need to, because often just trying to zerg it and power through is highly dangerous. Yeah, it's a good idea to ask if you're not sure what you can do, if there is a different option. Sometimes there are those weird little bits of knowledge that give you answers that you wouldn't otherwise have had. Like yesterday, and well, the last couple of days, when I was killing Araj, the summoner in Western Plaguelands, both the groups that I was with thought we needed 5 people, but it's easily doable with 2 or 3 people. The key is in how you do it. So like most people will look at the mobs there, and they'll see the summoner, 2 elite skeletons, and 3 ghosts, and they'll recognise that they probably should kill some of the ads before killing Arash himself. But because they're only like 2 or 3 people, they don't think they can, and think it's not possible. But if you have one person like pull the whole group, because they do come as a pack, and kite them to the river, then especially on a warlock, you can like dot up the normal mobs and kill at least one. And while they're all chasing you, the other person can quite happily attack and kill one or more of the mobs without danger, because they're only attacking one thing and everything else is focused on you. And then you can jump into the river. None of them can swim, so they can't attack you any further, and they reset. And then you just do it again and kill the rest of the trash, and then he's just standing there and you can nuke him, and it's easy. But a lot of people think it's like a 5-man group quest. I mean, it's certainly easier if you can get 5 people, because you can just literally stand there and kill him, and it's not hard. Well, I say it's not hard. I've seen clips of groups wiping to him. It shouldn't be hard. There's often little things like that you can do to make a seemingly impossible fight almost trivial. And you can often do like the reset trick like purely with distance, provided things don't net or slow or anything. You don't necessarily need a river. The river just makes it a lot easier. Yeah, it instantly stops the casters. Specifically with Andahal, there you've got a nice bridge which blocks line of sight as well. I suppose I should go mining engineering on the warrior. Target dummies. And bombs for AoE threat. As a warlock, yes. As a rogue, is that soloable? So if you don't know how the fight goes, you first get a wave of 3 centaur when you blow the horn, who come and attack you. Immediately the last one dies, you get another wave of, I want to say 4 centaur, maybe? Maybe it's another 3. And when the last one of that wave dies, you immediately get the Khan plus 2 bodyguards and a healer. The Khan is an elite and hits quite hard. So I don't know how you would cope with all of that as a rogue. I mean, you've got the advantage, I suppose, of being able to go into stealth between waves. So you do have more of a reset opportunity. Because it's on the fight takes place on a narrow ramp. If other classes want to avoid essentially instant pulling everything, they have to make sure to run down the ramp and stand off to the side a little bit to let the mobs pass them and go to up to where the horn is. And then that will give them a little bit of time to reset. But it's easier as a rogue or a druid, you just be able to stealth. Chevelle Sentinel. Oh dear. That is not something it's not somewhere you want to go. Now, did they walk into Astronar? Or was that them trying to get the vial? Near Rainwood Retreat. Okay, so we're going to go and sell some stuff again. We've got some more cooking to do. Plenty of cooking, actually.
Looking for something special? So I'm using that for a quest, so I'm going to put it out of the way. That can be sold. Need to do training. Goodbye.
And in quests.
shall meet again. May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
Peace, friend. Ancestors watch over you. Well met. Goodbye. What brings you here? Ancestors watch over you.
How may I aid you? Winds be at your back.
Greetings. How may I aid you? Farewell. Well met. Be careful.
Hail.
Of the ghostoplasm?
Be careful.
Or the Khan Hathra?
Peace, friend. Ancestors watch.
Yeah, well done.
Walk with the earth, mother.
Hail. Go in peace. Goodbye. Greetings. Be careful.
Yeah. Don't blame me for using everything on the end. The elite can be quite tough. Got new rend, which you don't need to change. Always feels weird after playing a caster that abilities update automatically. Right. Use fishing supplies.
Greetings.
Buy the strong fishing pole. And a regular fishing pole. Shiny bauble for later.
Go in peace.
We'll leave our warrior quest for the moment. It's the other side of the Barrens, so I'm not going to trek all the way that far. It just doesn't make any sense. So now we get to cleanse the next well. Oh, hang on. Hang on. Did I still... No. I still didn't set my Hearthstone. It's a good job this quest needs to be handed in immediately. So we've got enough light leather for the Thunderbluff quest. I still don't know. I think I'm going to look that up while I eat. I think that's the best plan. I still haven't eaten yet. So I've got an unspent talent point. I may well do arms. Because I don't... Well... In Wrath I levelled as Rot. But obviously that was a lot more possible then.
I've been expecting you.
So... Like... I feel that Fury probably would feel very much like
Walk with the Earth Mother.
like combat would as a rogue. And I've played combat rogue. So I think probably arms sounds like it would make the most sense. I do like the idea of the tactical mastery early on, just so that I can swap stances and not worry so much. I get the feeling that's quite handy. Anyway, I think what we'll do is we've got to the inn. We have set our Hearthstone. We have now. We've set our Hearthstone to the inn. And then we can continue our leveling journey. Possibly possibly early evening. I don't know if I'm going to have time for like an extra bit of stream. But yes, I do need to eat. And as fun as the early levels of Warrior, I do enjoy. I must say, it felt like I could mostly just fight and kill stuff without much downtime. I was being respectful of what I was pulling and engaging for the most part. Like there were situations where I think early on I engaged a level 8 as a level 6, and I just left because it's not worth at that point if that goes badly. And there were a couple of other points. I think I pulled 3 casters and left combat. And there were a couple of double pulls, but we did fight those. I think Warrior slows down, perhaps, as you get higher. I'm interested to see how it compares with leveling a Warlock in Classic, because like Demonology Warlock, you are pretty much like a train, I suppose is the best way of saying it. Because you've got the Voidwalker's health as a resource, and you've got your own health and mana as a resource, and you can dot and wand. While leveling, Spirit actually becomes a worthwhile stat that it wouldn't generally be. Like if you're playing a drain tank build as a Warlock, you're constantly casting Drain Life, so you're not getting any mana regen, and Spirit is indeed a useless stat. But when you're playing Demo and you're wanding much more, then the Spirit actually has a chance to kick in and replenish your mana. And you kind of play more like a priest in a way. You put your dots up, you wand. Your Voidwalker is kind of effectively your shield that you put on yourself to stop you taking damage. So you can just keep going and going and going and going. And where other classes will need to stop and eat and drink and replenish themselves, as a Demonology Warlock, you generally don't need to do that unless you are incredibly hardcore chain pulling, like equal level mobs. If you're killing something that's slightly below you, you can just keep on and on and on going. Certainly as Demo, I do not carry food around or water around in my bags at all. I don't feel it's needed. That like the spirit on your gear is actually enough. And I don't know if people might find that surprising, because a lot of other classes are heavily reliant on food and drinking in between pulls for regen. But certainly as a Demonology Warlock, if you play it right, food and water is irrelevant. You just don't need it. The buff food from cooking, though, I'll use that obviously, because that gives you extra stamina or mana per second or whatever it might be. Anyway, so we're going to call the stream there. I'm going to have a look more into I'll have a look more into what spec to go. It will probably be arms. And I need some food. But yeah. You say you're horrible at cooking, Leather. Is that real life cooking or in-game cooking? Both are important. Honestly, just try a simple recipe, follow what it says, and before long you'll just get used to doing it. Like you can make some really good meals, like soups. That's really simple. You just cut up all the ingredients, stick them in a massive pot, stick it on to boil for an hour, and then blender it up, and you're good to go. You can do a lot of like one pot recipes if you're not great at cooking. Just stick rice, meat, vegetables in a pot with a stock cube. You're mostly bored. So like what I just mentioned with like rice or pasta, some form of meat like chicken, some vegetables in a pot. That takes like what 15 minutes total. It's actually super fast. And the stock cubes add a ton of flavour to what would otherwise be really bland meals. But cooking in game is important too. Do you do fishing, Leather? In game? Because fishing and cooking combined are wonderful. You should do it. It's generally speaking in in leveling your fishing in the right places, just to skill up, you'll get enough fish and materials to level your cooking alongside it. So you're getting two for the price of one, basically. And the food buffs from it are really quite helpful. Yeah, yeah. Right. Well, I am now definitely going to end the stream on that note. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Leather, for taking part and being in the guild too. And I should be on later. If not early evening, then probably around my usual time of about 9 PM. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll continue our warrior journey next time.